Hello, 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 people. This is Rex Red. I am back with an awesome tutorial planned for this evening. How are you all doing? I'm still working on the same pot of tea that I was working on last night. It kept very well in my little... It's cold, but hey, it works. So this is my rosehip and hibiscus tea. Tonight I have an interesting topic. We are going to work with God rays. And as you can see right here, this is a God ray. Okay? And I'm going to go here to this place, and this is called Archaic, and let's take a look for this. And this is this image. So this is what a God ray is, but if you can see, it looks like a ray coming down from the sky. But a God ray doesn't have to come from the sky. It can come through a window. It can come outside when you're in the sun. That's usually called a bokeh effect, or it's also called, I can't think of it right now, a sunburst. There's another name for it in Photoshop. It is called when the sun creates all kinds of little circles and all. And if I can think of it, I will come up with it. Photoshop, new file. Come on, Photoshop. Let's see what we have. This is called, it would be in filters and render. It's called a lens flare. So that's really kind of different than a God ray, but it's kind of similar in that same way where it can create these sharp little... Welcome, Angus, welcome. I'm not sure how long I am good for this tutorial. We're just going to come in here and play. So this is something I created this evening. And this is an effect in Daz Studio called God rays. And as you can see, it's very beautiful, and it also has probably a lot of uses. This is this particular piece now, and I'm going to... I've saved it, so I will give you just a quick kind of run synopsis of this, and then we're going to attempt to create this all on our own. And I don't know what all of these things are in front of my camera here. Well, it seems as though they're gone. Oh, I'm in the perspective view. So we go to the camera view, and it's pretty much the same thing. So what is this God ray? Let's go into... And now Daz Studio, a while back, about, I would say a year ago, maybe less than a year ago, probably 6 months ago, we didn't have VDBs. All we had were these things, tools, that helped try and create VDBs. So I'm going to take this camera and lock it real quick so I don't, just don't mess with it, because I don't really need to move the camera. We didn't have VDBs. We only had things that helped us create VDB type effects. So as you can see here, there is this grid of this gigantic grid. Let's see if I can zoom out on this. This is it's called AtmoGrid. And when I zoom out on it, this big square, what it is an amazing array of lines. And these lines create, each line is an image with a transparency. And on that image are all these little teeny tiny dots. And when you shine light through it, those dots emulate an atmosphere. So it seems like it's a fog, okay? But in reality, it's actually something trying to emulate that. And then these God rays are the same thing. It's all of these little like patches of, you could call them like fabric or something, that splay out, and they on those patches there, and you can see there are many of them. If I hide this atmosphere, this right here, you can see there are a number of them, and on each piece are a bunch of like striations or lines. It's a transparency again, so you can see through most of the like piece of fabric. You can see through it like a window, like a piece of glass. But on that piece of glass are a bunch of sharp lines that are kind of spread out. And so this creates the illusion of rays of light. So it's not actually rays of light. They're pieces of fabric with rays painted on them that when you put the camera up like this, look through the camera at it, and you go into Iray, it creates this illusion like they are rays of light. And what they do actually is they put off light. They're not actually pieces of rays of light. They're these rays that exude light, okay? And you'd think a ray of light would kind of just point. So in a way, they're sort of like rays of light, but they're not as the way a ray of light, you would think of a ray of light being. And it's very complicated, even for my head, to kind of wrap around this. But there are some restraints, okay, that in this process of creating these rays, like if I turn this room into something, God rays only work in certain situations. For instance, let's say if I change this environment tint to white, where are the God rays? They're gone, pretty much. They have no effect. So they're really not useful unless they're in a dark room. So you have to keep that in mind if you're going to create anything. Oh, Angus, thank you very much for that. I know, Angus, that you were a photographer years ago, and you learned a lot about photography, and I envy that knowledge that you have. So I think you're being very modest, and that's a very, very lovely trait that you have. But I think you understand this better than most people do, and a lot of this I really don't understand. So, okay. Now this, it really requires that you put this in a dark room or a very, so it would work really well in a church that's kind of subdued and dark. Okay, it's not going to work well outside. Now, when you're in the forest, okay, and you see God rays coming through the trees, the forest is actually darker than it seems because the leaves create this kind of blockage, and because of that blockage, it blocks light, and the light is only able to come through, and so you have that contrast of the leaves creating shadows, and there's enough shadows so that when the light shines through, and also the branches have this silhouette effect because the light behind them, it's called backlighting effect. And so with the backlighting effect, it makes the branches look even blacker. And because of that effect, you have the light coming through, and it then distinguishes itself from the branches and from the shadows and shades in the forest. The forest is darker than it appears. We're going to examine this effect, okay? We're going to try and emulate this in different ways. We're going to try and use this. Now, this atmosphere here, okay, this is the God ray without an atmosphere. And what you're seeing now is this effect alone. But when we add and these little ray particles, I have them set so they actually are light sources. And being light sources, then each one puts off a small amount of light as it's coming through the scene. It's not just a piece of color on like a piece of glass. It's actually that color because it's lighter than the glass, actually, and because of the way Daz Studio works, it's able to put off more light. It's able to put off a medium amount of light. So when I turn on this fake atmosphere here, all the little particles that are on all those layers of like, they're like planes with little particles on each plane, the light then responds to those little particles of light. They bounce off of these rays and they hit those particles that are there, and it creates the effect of like a dusty kind of room. So this is, and what's really awesome, this right here is called God Rays LK3. So if we go here to Daz Studio and we look up God Rays, I'll just show you this product. It's a really nice product and it works really well. We're going to look up God Rays. Oh, come on. Oh, it worked. Okay. Now I have to, okay, I guess I don't have to hide items that I own. Now, I think I have to look and figure out which one this is. Oh, this would be Ghost. This is actually called Ghost Lights. Which technically these are like ghost lights. And that product is, I think, this one. It might be. I don't think there are any more. I think those are it. So night light kit. This may be it. Well, this is actually the better of the products. I believe the one that I'm using, I'm not sure that this has a God ray. Let's see. So this isn't that. Now, they may not sell the other kit anymore because it's not really completely compatible with, what is that called? Let's go back to Daz and let's look up. Okay, I can find it here if I go back here. And I looked up God ray. Let's find out what it's called. It's God ray light kit. Okay, and it was down at the bottom here. God ray. I think I looked at it all in one word. Okay, I did. And let's follow to this product. This is Iray Ghost Light Kit 3. Now I'm not seeing it here. Oh, because I have it in plural. Ghost. Where are you? I don't think they sell it anymore. Because when they came out with these ghost lights, they may have discontinued it. Because the new Daz made ghost lights not work anymore. Hide items I own. Prop kit, spooky hands. Night light kit. It doesn't look like they do sell it anymore, so you may not be able to purchase this. What I'm going to do is just show you how kind of cool this works. Now, here, if you look at this, this may be a reason why they don't sell it anymore. Because when I turn this atmosphere off, see, these rays are not like precisely, like in between the rays, it's not completely invisible. They're kind of milky looking, and they don't really look like individual rays. And that's why they don't sell this anymore. Because when they came out with the new Daz Studio, it broke these lights, the new version of Daz Studio, and it was because of NVIDIA making some changes that broke a lot of products that are part of. Now there's a way to go in and tweak these and make them work like they used to, but I don't know how to do it. I could look it up and probably within about 20 or 30 minutes fix these so that they look like they're supposed to look like. So there is a way to go in and set the transparency, the cutout or something like that to a certain hot number, and that fixes it. The thing is, but what is really amazing about these lights is, check this out, what you can do with these lights here. And I think it's here, shaping. Yeah, see, this shaft length. These are morphs, and you can morph these lights like this. When I go like this, and I can see spread the shafts out. Now, isn't that amazing? See, now I can go back into here. See, I can spread the shafts out, or I can change the shaft length. See, I can change the length of the shafts. I can fan them in these kind of interesting ways, like these are like window blinds, and fan them like this and spread them out further. Fan them a little so that they're perfectly fanned like this, and then so that they fan to the angle that your camera, so that because they are pieces of like fabric, you know, and so if you fan them so that they're facing, you're going to get the best kind of effect from them. So this is a very interesting product, how this is made, and this takes a lot of work out of. Imagine if you wanted to create these yourself, you'd have to take these and make these triangle pieces, and then you'd have to put streaks on them, and then you'd have to position them exactly where you want them, like this, and you wouldn't have these. You can change the sides so they go one way like this or that way. This is really and the light zoom and scale, so you can even zoom the light up here, and this is a light that is coming down into these pieces, but it's not so much the light that's coming down into them, it's more that they have become a light source unto themselves. All right, that is what we're... Hi, Rex, welcome. We are working with God rays. And Angus is here. Yes, you have a little while to learn more new things. We are working with God rays. So to recap a little bit, we have an atmosphere grid, and the atmosphere grid here is a bunch of, when I put my mouse over it, see, it's like a bunch of little planes, and these planes, each plane is a transparency with a bunch of dots on them. And so when I turn this on here, it turns those dots into it. The light comes out of the God ray and interacts with the little dots in the screen. So this is what we used to get when we would get an atmosphere. Now we have VDBs, and the VDB is like a big square with actual little dots floating around in the scene. And what the real drawback of this is, if I were to put a light in the middle of this, it would like light these up like they were pieces of glass, and it would look really weird, okay? This wouldn't look, it doesn't respond to light because they're like pieces of glass. They're like glass surfaces, and sometimes those glass surfaces can reflect and shine and not really respond like they're little particles in the air. They're actually pieces of glass, like, sort of. They're transparencies. So when you put a light inside here, a lot of times it just like looks horrible. It doesn't respond well. Very good, Angus. I hope you are both learning things. That is very good. So I will go back to the camera. I don't know if you got to see this, but I'll go into Iray so you can see what this looks like. So I have kind of made the God rays envelop him a little bit. And I can take these God rays and just kind of push them back a little bit so that they're not in his way. So he's a little bit in front of them and like a a silhouette. And that was what I was really aiming for in this whole thing, was a silhouette kind of idea. And we'll push that back a little bit more. But I guess that works. So when you render this, this looks pretty good. And I said that this is a statue of a Caesar who's waited for millennia for an archaeologist to discover him. So he's sat in the empty burial chamber. That's kind of like, that's the what I wrote about this. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to try and emulate this idea, but what we're going to do, instead of using these God ray pieces that don't work anymore in Daz, which they do work, but they don't work really the way they're supposed to work. What we're going to do is take this idea and try and use little teeny strips and run them through an actual VDB, a room that's really full of dots. Now I'm going to take another atmosphere grid there. I think they did give us years ago a real atmosphere grid, and it's in a product called Render Studio, I think. Render Studio 2. We are looking for Render Studio 2. And when we go here, it will find it, I believe. Come on. Come on. Render Studio 2. Show us Render Studio. Now, Render Studio 2 may have it might be one of those products that has let's see. It may be one of those products that has a password. This would be in lights, I think. Or light sets. This is it. Render Studio 2. And this comes with something, it's called Basic Atmosphere Projection. What we're going to do is merge this into the scene. This really looks, okay, we're going to turn the controller off. I'm trying to give you an idea of the different kinds of, and this is, it put a ground plane in here, which I don't think I need because I already have one here. Wide angle camera, we'll get rid of that. And we'll keep this camera because that's the one I'm using. And we have our plane and our statue. Now, when I take this atmosphere prop and we go to our perspective view, and then we zoom out on this atmosphere prop, what I'm seeing here, this to me looks like it's an actual VDB. It's a sphere that is full of little teeny dots. Yes, there are free VDBs, and you can download them. There aren't that many right now, but you can download free VDBs and tinker with them. What I would do, if you want to tinker with, I don't know if you have the money to do this, but my favorite VDB product, okay, is right here. We go VDB, because you will use this product a lot. So I recommend purchasing it, and it's called Real Fog, And you get all these different VDBs. Each one is a VDB, and they give you enough, like you have a pillars, you have these fog falls, you have this round circular like a fog ring, fog basin. You have these, this is my favorite, these spindly fogs, like little pieces of fog that are around. And you have this one that circles around you, and it shows you how big it is. You can always stretch them bigger. These are really intelligent fogs. You have a fog wall, a curved fog. Now, this is called SY Real Fog. Okay, so we go here. Let's look up Real Fog. If it's not on sale, just wait until it is, but this is what you want. It's not on sale right now. But this is the fog you want. This will give you, look at how nice this is. This is really nice fog. It shows you all the different kinds of fogs that you get with this. And there are more than this. This is one group of them, and here's a few more. And there are these as well. So you get a bunch of fogs. They don't really look that good in that picture, but they are very, very, very good. And you can set how. So this, it's $24. And now if you go here, there might be. They have a hair sale. Flash sale for limited time. Use to one item free when you buy any new release over $5. So you might be able to go and use this. Let's see if you find something that you buy here for over $5. Let's see. Let's find something and put it in here. Something real small, something new that's over $5. So these textures are $8. Okay, this is $3.49. That's not over $5. Let's see. These are all new, but I don't know if how far down the new stays there until they're new. Let's see. But over $5. So you would get something and get that free. They all say they're new. Okay. Let's see what's new here. Okay, this is the gym workout gear. Okay, so let's add that. That's $9. And let's go into, it says you got to have the workout gear. So I don't know if that would be a good thing to buy, because I think these are textures. It says that these the workout gear is required. Sometimes they're not, but they say that anyway. And then we go to fog, VDB fog. We go here and add this. Probably this isn't going to work, but we go here, and then we say freebies, was it? And this is all capitals. And apply it and see if this works. No, it gave you 51% off of that, which, that's already, it didn't work. So, and that's over $9. So there are only certain things that they give. It's not everything on the site. So you have to wait until, I wouldn't purchase this until it goes on sale. That's just the way I am. You have the Magus VDB effects in library. Well, this is it's full price right now, so I can't really advise you, but now let's see if there's any other VDB fog. that's on sale right now. Now these clouds are really nice. These are only 19, and they give you a ton of these VDB clouds are really nice, but they're gigantic. They are absolutely, and these I believe, I'm not sure if they're all VDB, but they have to say VDB or they're not VDB. So this is, to me, the best product for VDB fog. This SY Real Fog. That's the best product that I have found so far for VDB. Then I would say the second best is this cloud VDB cloud. But they're very, very gigantic. And then these smoke are like the third best, because they give you very defined VDB. Look at this. Very defined VDBs. They're not like this, just a bunch of specks. They have this beautiful architecture to them. So these are really nice as well. So I would say this is number one. And then these magic ones are pretty cool too. I waited until I got them really on sale. Very few of them seem to be on sale right now. I think some of these are also, these other cloud ones, they're also VDB. He went back and changed them and then updated them with various fog shapes. I am such a VDB freak that I believe I own, yes, every VDB product here. This Iray, that one isn't VDB, I don't believe. I didn't buy the hands, the spooky ghost hands. Now this is really interesting. Mesh to volume. This, you can take any mesh and turn it into a VDB. So that's really cool too. So you can take a person, you can take anything and just turn it into a VDB. So this I purchased too. I've never used it before, but it is something that you can do. And so that's a really nice product here. And so I'm not sure exactly how well it works. It create fog volumes, and I believe, and when you look here, it says that it says experience Daz 4.2 volumetric features. So these are VDBs. So you can take a box and turn it into a fog field. Now, how that actually works, I'm not sure, because what I would like to see, these look like they're it looks like you have two options. You have the option to make a very kind of uniform, like a fog, like a very uniform kind of fog, and then you have some kind of turbulence that you can add. But it doesn't look like you have a lot of options with that turbulence. This looks really amazing. I wonder if this was really made by this program or not. Now, it says from simple geometry to a volume and back to geometry. So you can create this volume and then you can put something around it, I believe. I'm not sure exactly what this is, what it is, but you can then you can take it back to geometry, maybe so you can actually see it in your viewport. I'm not sure. Clouds, why not? So these I'm not sure exactly how I personally would think, now this tells me that there's two settings. One is uniform and the other is like a turbulent. But it's not going to create maybe things like that smoke that we saw where it was like really delicate kind of things. You're just going to get, you know, a one-size-fits-all kind of thing here. Maybe there's a slider, and from one end of the slider, maybe when you dial this down before it gets to this stage, it might give you some really nice pieces of turbulence. And that's the word right there, turbulence, because this just looks kind of patchy to me. But this looks like a little bit more turbulent, like it's, so I don't know. I really don't know. This is a very interesting program right here. And the sky is the limit with this. So you can turn anything into a VDB, and then once it's a VDB, then you can decide how dense you want it to be. Do you want them to be partially invisible, or do you want do you want it really dense? And that's part of the VDB stack designed for Daz 4.2 plus Windows only, so I guess it doesn't work on a Mac. So that's another thing. So, and these are VDB compliant, so you can just export them out as VDBs. I'm not sure how to do that either. You need to fully experience Daz 4.20. Also, there's another program that makes VDBs. So it's called Fluidos. And Fluidos is very expensive. It's over $100. But Fluidos, I believe probably could make those kinds of turbulent VDBs that are like that smoke. Okay, so we're going to go here. I'm going to leave it up to you on what you do with that. I personally, I would wait, because within the next month, those will go on sale. And you'll probably get them for like half price. So these VDBs are very popular right now. And what Daz usually does is when there's a new functionality, they're very nice at Daz. And when they know that something's really, really popular, they put it on sale. They don't, when there's a rush, they don't just like keep it full price. They put everything on sale so that people will just stampede and buy these products. So they are very, very nice about that. So I know that from experience. So this to me, because when I put my mouse over this looks, I think Daz had VDBs before. Well, this atmosphere prop. Now this, I think Daz had them before. Yeah, I would wait, Lee, until they're on sale, because there's a lot. If you wait till they're on sale, you can buy 2 VDB products, okay, instead of 1. So wait until they're on sale. So here we are. This to me looks like a real atmosphere, okay? This particular globe here, because it doesn't have like little waves in it, like little lines in it, like it's made up of tiny little planes. It looks like an actual atmosphere. And so the thing about this particular, now we go back in here into the camera view. The thing about this atmosphere prop is it's a hog. It really requires a very, very, very fast graphics card to deal with this. And the VDBs don't seem to be as bad as this. This is a gigantic, as you can see when I go and zoom back out of here, this on this atmosphere prop. Let's go back to the perspective view and zoom on this. You can see how tiny this guy is, and this whole prop is full of dots. So there's probably, close to, I don't know, 10 million little dots inside of this little sphere. But this sphere, and this is a product called, and I recommend this product also, this is called Render Studio 2. This was one of the very first products that I ever bought with Daz Studio. And this has some really, and this has God rays. And the God rays that are in here are not little pieces of cloth like this. The God rays. So now we're going to go to another type of God ray. And so we're going to delete this God ray out of here. And it just disappeared because there's no light source inside. These little specks are expecting some kind of light to light them. And inside here, now I turn this light projector on, the atmosphere projector and the Gobo. And now we go inside to our camera view. And now you can see that there is another apparatus in here for creating a God ray. And this is like your, and Lee, this is what we were talking about yesterday when I talked about the Gobo with the plane shining through the plane with the lattice on it. This is now I'm going to take you to this product, so I'll see if I can find it here. It's called Render Studio 2. So if now Render Studio 2 could be on sale, and this would give you this gigantic atmosphere prop, okay, which I believe is a VDB, but I don't know that it's actually a .VDB. It might be something that they created, and it works in Daz Studio. Why it does, I am not certain, because it's worked before Daz had VDBs. This is another Gobo. Okay, let's see if I can find, if I click on this, maybe it will zero me in on this Render Studio. Where is it? Let's go to, well, we're in lights. I think it will. No. Let's do it the projection controller. See if this does it. It's still trying to read stuff. No, let's just go to lights. And maybe it's the projector light will do it. This took me an entire day to figure out how to get it to work. I worked all day trying to figure out how to get this. Okay, how about if we go on the prop here? Let's just try Render Studio. Render. Okay, let's just click out of here. It's not. Okay, here it is. Render Studio 2.0. Volume. Now it says volumetric plus. Okay, so let's go here and see if Render Studio is quite expensive, but And it's a fairly old product. I think it's 5 years old. Okay, 2.0. So I would assume there was a Render Studio 1. Don't buy that one. Now, it's still here. And these are production scenes for Render Studio. Now, this is it. It's not on sale as well. But you can actually create, look at these images. This is what Render Studio can do. And you have all these different Gobo patterns. I'm going to show you how awesome this is. Look at this. It's so realistic, what you can do. And then you also have these portrait modes where it puts lights all around your, like you just one click button and it puts like 5 lights around your person, like, so you can do photographic, you can do portrait lighting. See all these portrait lights? You just one button and boom, you got this one, or one button, one click and you double click and it puts this lighting all array around your character in the center of the scene. So you have all, and then you have an infinity backdrop, and it gives you all kinds of Render Studio 3. Now, I'm not sure. Let's see. Render Studio 3. This is Render Studio 2. This is what I'm using right here. Let's see. Render Studio. I don't see Render Studio 3 here. I see Render Studio 2.0. Let's just look for Render Studio. I might have Render Studio 3 as well. If that is, but I don't think I do. I don't see Render Studio 3 here. It's out of 61. Let's see Render Studio 3. Render Q3. Oh, Render Studio 3 HDRI. Yeah, I do have this as well, but I don't think 71 HDR ambient environments, lights, light rigs, saturated lights, soft 8 studio lights, 16 window lights, key lights, okay, softbox light, rim lights. Okay, this is not the same thing. Okay, you get Infinity Cove. Okay, I think the only thing I don't see here is I don't see the environment setup, moody lights. I don't see the atmosphere. Okay, ambient environments is HDRIs. Those are HDRIs. I do not see the atmosphere. Yeah, yes, I believe I personally would go with the Render Studio 2 first. Okay, Render Studio 2, because if you notice here with Render Studio 2, I like Render Studio 2. I can use more because it has this atmosphere projector and controller and ground. It has this atmosphere and it has this Gobo setup. And this is a really nice thing, especially now. I believe this Gobo. And you remember the problem we had with the sun yesterday, with the sun shining on the ground? I figured out what's wrong, so we're going to have some fun talking about that as well. Remember where the sun was casting the shadow on our mesh light? All right, well, I figured out what was wrong. I would go with this because the other one's just a bunch of lights, which you already have the same lights. You can just take those lights, the lights that you have in Daz, and arrange them around your figure, and you've pretty much got that, but you don't get this. And this atmosphere, I'm going to show you now what this atmosphere does. So we click on this controller. You're going to be pretty amazed what this does. Now, I have to go to the projector view, and we're going to now click down so we get to this controller, then zoom out a little bit. You're going to be really amazed to see what this does. So we're going to come up here and take this, and you have to learn how to manipulate this thing. So why not just take our statue here and resize that down and put it into that world. Okay, so we'll scale him down 9, scale him down like about there. Last night was the moon, right? We did the moon. And then let's move him into here. X, what would be Z? Yeah, let's move him right into the center of that. And now let's zoom in a little bit here. I think I'm going to still make him larger. But let's see what it looks like here now. See what we have here. And this is an amazing... Now our plane, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this atmosphere prop out again, and I'm going to place it back in environment. So this is this scene projection thing, and we're going to go and merge this into the scene and see this. And what this just did was it put some kind of ground. It put a plane here. And let's go to our wide angle camera. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Now, when we click on our Gobo, this is what's really cool about this Gobo projector. Now, the Gobo is at the top here. It's a cool word. But the Gobo is, see this little plane here? Well, the plane has this light. It has above it a light. And so you could basically make this yourself, because what you do is you just take this light, you take a spotlight and you shine it onto a plane like this, and then you put a transparency pattern on that. And then you put it in this room that you get with all these little dots. And you have to, you guys I don't think we're here at the beginning of this tutorial tonight. So I'll go over this for your benefit. But this all has to be done in the dark, okay? You can't do this on a bright sunny day, okay? God lights have to be done in a fairly dark room, okay? It can't be done, and that's the way they have to be done. And I think it was either Ed, I think it was you, Ed, last night who said, oh, and you kept alluding to the moonlight and all of that. And suddenly it occurred to me, and it was like, Ed is right. And it wasn't until like later that I realized how smart it was that you kept mentioning the star field and the night and the moonlight and all of that, because you have to be in the dark to use fog. If you can't really see fog that well in broad daylight. It just, unless there's so much fog and it's so thick and it's right in your face. Other than that, it doesn't respond. You can't see rays like this in broad daylight. And I'm going to show you how awesome this is Render Studio 2.0 volumetric plus. And so this isn't Render Studio 3.0 because that doesn't have the volumetric plus, okay? Now, look at this Gobo part. So we select the Gobo, and this took me forever to learn because I couldn't figure this out. how to change anything here. It was just like I spent an entire day. But when you click on the Gobo, on each element of this, like the ground plane or the atmosphere prop or anything that's here, if you want to change those things, like the light, the light, or the controller, I think is just something that holds it all together. I'm not sure. There might be some things you can add that add to both everything. So if you select the controller, it changes the projector light and the Gobo. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll figure this out as we go along. But then you have your ground plane. You have to, if you want to change the ground plane and like make it a wooden floor, they give you all kinds of different options for the ground plane. And I believe this is a wooden floor. We just can't see it. So let's go in real close with the wide angle camera. Let's go real down here. Let's take a look at our guy here. No, see, the ground is rivets. It's like metal rivets. And if we click on the ground plane, then we have to go to surfaces. Then you click the ground plane, then you can change the materials. And look at all the materials that come along with this. It's not just materials, but then you have shaders also. And this, look at these. So I can change this to a wooden floor. This and these come with this. And so this is really nice. You got several different wooden floors. So you can make it into like a dance studio. Yes, Render Studio. Render Studio's been around for a long time. And it still works like wonders. It really does. So now this is how you change the wooden floor. You always have to go into services and you have to click on this. Now, but the Gobo, you go up here and we play with this Gobo here. And this is where the fun starts. Well, you just will click the Gobo. Let's see. Let's zoom in on our statue. All right. And we'll go to the Gobo, and now that would be in here. You see these different patterns? We have this pattern. Oh, you have to select the Gobo in the shaders. But then you have this. You have this. You have this. You have this one. You have these really cool moody ones. And this is the smoke one. And small. So what this is doing is it's putting patterns where there are blank spots. Welcome, Ted. Thank you all for coming in tonight. Thank you very, very much for joining the show tonight. So this is the Gobo that's going through the Gobo. Now I can show you some. Now that you got some really cool colored ones. And look what it does to the lights. And then you have these other ones. And then what you can do is you can just go into shaders here. And take this Gobo. This is really cool right here. But I have to wait until it loads all my shaders here. Okay, default. And I'm going to type in lace. I have these lace patterns, or you have anything that goes over a texture that has a transparency. So we'll go lace and type this in. And we have to select shaders. You find these lace patterns, and these ones work the best down at the bottom here. I have some like real lace ones. And anything that's like an overlay, kind of like these, you just put that on the Gobo, and there you go. See, so this Gobo is really very, very, and this is an atmosphere. Look how it's utilizing these. And so the more of these shader type things that you have, the more you can use these and create some really awesome, you know, scenes for dancers and stuff, and Daz has a lot of dance poses. So these are very, very, very nice. And you can go into these laces and you can change in the editor, you can change the vertical tiles, so you can say 2 instead of 1, 2, and make them smaller. So horizontal tiles, 2. You can make them smaller or larger. Let's say 3 and 3 here. So you can set them to like 5 and 5. So you can set them to, oh, I don't think I did that right. This one is 5. So you can make them smaller, the pattern smaller or larger that goes on the Gobo. Then you can, of course, go in here to the light, to the parameters for your projector light, and you can just change the color to pink or whatever color you want. And the real magic of this is this atmosphere prop. So let's hide the atmosphere prop. Let's put instead into this scene a VDB now. So where are our VDBs? VDB. And we're going to select here. We don't need that open right now. VDB. Well, we got to go into default. Okay, now into here. Materials. Let's put a poof in here. Let's try the poof. Here's our fog poof. See, so now this, you know, is this better than that? Because this isn't as random as this is more it's not as even of a fog. And we can take this out and let's see, try something a little bit more smoky. And so this, suddenly this product has a new life to it. And so this is amazing. We have this basin fog. Yeah, this is really nice. Look at this. And this is all responding very nicely to the lights that come with. So I believe this. I believe I have Render Studio 3 as well. I've not really used it. Let me look and see if I have Render Studio 3. It will tell me right here. 3. I think I had to buy it because Render Studio 2 is so amazing. But I don't use it as much. Yeah, see, I own Render Studio 3 as well. But I bought it on sale. I bought it probably for about $10 or even less. I wait until they're on such a huge 80% is usually my trigger point. If something's on sale for 80%, I buy it. And so that's really kind of my point. And so I probably got it at an 80% sale. I can pretty much tell you that. Because that's what I usually wait. I wait until they say, "Oh, you can get something free if you buy this," and then I'll and so I'll get it free, but then I'll end up paying almost full price for something. So kind of like I really paid. I didn't get it free. I got it for like 80% because a month later I'd get that other thing. Yeah, that's the way 80% is my kind of thing. So I'm not that smart because I'm like 13,000 in debt on my credit card. So don't pat me on the back too fast, Ted. I might be headed to jail. So that's not very smart. So we have these falls ones. So an Angus is very helpful, but there's only so much Angus can do. This is very nice. Look at these falls. So, and then you can go into this VDB here and change the, so, all right, what I want to do now with this, let's get one of these that are, what about this fog ring? Let's take a look at that. That's kind of out around the edge, so it's not being affected by the Gobo. It's way out around the edge. Let's find a fog. Okay, now this is just a huge fog. This is pretty amazing right here. Now, this Gobo, I assume that this Gobo is just a plane. Okay, that's all this is. It's a plane. So remember, what we can now do with our plane is we can make the plane invisible. So we can click on the Gobo and click on this particular thing, and then the plane itself can become a light source. But remember, the plane now has this pattern in it. See, so what are the ramifications of that? Because if I put this surface, okay, the surface here, we have the cutout pattern, but then up here, and the bump, but in here I can put, okay, in the base color. So what I can do is put the same pattern. This is called lace plate 92. I can put it here in the emission color. Where is this lace plate 92? Where is that? Lace plate 92. And then we can turn this into an emissive. And then we can turn this light off. Atmosphere prop. This would be our light, projector light. We turn this off. And this piece, this Gobo, is hidden. But now we go into our luminance and give it a bunch of 9s. And nothing happened. How about some more 9s? The Gobo, okay. The Gobo. Oh, it's been turned off. Okay, it's been hidden. Okay, let's turn this down. So now this Gobo, it's projecting its pattern. Let's see if we can bring these 9s down so we can actually see the pattern. It's only projecting where the white is. And the black parts, it's not projecting. So we go here with, let's say, a 9 here. How about another 9 here? But it's invisible, so it's an invisible projector. This is kind of strange. Now, I would like to make the pattern a little bit. Let's go back to 1 and 1, so it's not so small. In fact, we could probably go to 0.5 and 0.5 here. Where is it? 0.5. All right, now we can bring this right down into our fog. And this is going to create now a pattern in the fog. Let's see what we have here. And you can see this in the fog right now. Well, it's down below the plane. But because of our awesome... Oh, I'm moving the ground plane now. Edit. Okay, because let's get it back on our Gobo here. The Gobo's the only light source in the room right now. So you can see now I went below the ground plane, so let's bring it up above. Okay, now when we zoom in, we can see this Gobo because we haven't turned it off yet. But the black parts are not putting out color and the white parts are. So we can have, so now we go to this device here and we go to display and we click on this primary thing, it disappears, and then suddenly it illuminates the room in it with that kind of pattern. And I'm not sure now, you know, if we use something with stripes on it, it might be a little bit more obvious. Or let's move this up and have it point down. Because it's hidden here. It's hidden now in the room. So it's not creating the same kind of effect that the light created shining through it. Because the light was more intense. But we could still turn this light on. Now the projector light and turn it down some. And look, and here, look what it's doing. Remember we had the sun problem with the object projecting on the ground. Now, I think I learned how to fix that. Now, let's first let's go into here, and let's bring this light, this projector light down some. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of playing around here. Oh, now, the Gobo light, we got to bring the Gobo up like this. And then we can bring this light down like this. And then we can take this ray length, I think, and bring it up. Let's see, I can't really tell what I'm doing. Now let's see what happens when we go into our wide camera view. Oop. Let's see if the camera will bring us. And no, the wide camera view will work better. Let's bring this in. And go down. Let's make it a little more compact. And we bring this down like this. That's parented to the light, to the projector light. Let's see what this looks like. 0. Okay. Now it is shining. It's still using this. So you can see the pattern here, but it's the Gobo. When you move this Gobo down close to the floor, you start to see it on the floor. Reject, because this Gobo So we turn this atmosphere prop off, and let's see what happens. Oh, we have the Gobo light turned off. Okay. Now, this is something that I learned about these invisible mesh lights. That if you notice here, when we go into the Gobo light, when I double click, you have to click on the Gobo on your mesh thing and add this other property to it. And when you do, you go into display, then you get this right here. And in order to stop that reflection on the ground, you have to change this Ghost Iray light factor. This second icon gives you this slider. The first icon gives you the ability to turn it off and on. Like when you turn it on, you can see it. When you turn it off, it's invisible. So this first says add Iray visible to primary rays properties. So it gives you the ray, makes it visible. Okay, this first one. So you double click on that, it makes it visible. And this is again only in the Beta Pro. Eventually, when they update the public thing, they're going to give you these, and they say they might even give you them both all in one click. So, but right now it's 2 clicks. And so you double click this, and it puts, while you select your mesh, it could be a sphere, it can be anything, and it gives you the ability to turn this on or off, to put and make it emissive, but turn it off. And the other one is this one. And what this does is this, you don't see it in the scene, but this floor still sees it. And so if this floor was made of like glass or mirror, you'd see this in the floor. This particular floor isn't reflective, but you'd see this Gobo just as clear as day reflecting in the glass floor. So what you do is you take this Ghost Iray light factor, and it's by default 1. And all you have to do is change it to anything above 1, 2, okay? And you're done, but there's one more step, okay? That's not the only step. So you can set it to anything other than 1, and you're done with this parameter. Then you go here to Surfaces, and you click here, and I think it's refraction, R-E-F. Refraction, no. R. Refraction, F. Okay, I have this keyboard thing on. Refraction. Okay. And now you see there are 2 refraction. This is reflectivity, so that's not refraction, and this is reflectivity. So it's just there are 2 refraction ones, and you set them both to 1. Enter, and then this one to 1. Okay, and now let's test this out. Let's take this ground plane and put a mirror surface on it. We'll go to Surfaces, Presets, Mirror, Shaders. Do I have it selected here? No. All right. Clear mirror reflection here. Okay, now you can see him reflecting off of that, but let's go and mess with those parameters here. We go to this parameter here, and we go to our fog. What was it? The plane, not the atmosphere, it's the Gobo. And we go here and change that back to 1. Enter. See? You can see it. It's invisible here, but you can see it on the ground. And so it's because it's not air. It's not actually air. And this turns it. So all you have to do is move that up to anything above 1, but you'll still see it. So you have to go then into Surfaces, Editor, this, and you go to Refraction. Now let's change these to like 4 or something. I don't know. And this one to 4, I don't know if it was smaller than 4 or 1 or something 4. Yeah, see, now you can see it there. This one only goes to 1, but this one can go higher. And so when you go like you can see it reflecting on the floor just very faintly. So they both have to be set to 1, and then you can't see it anymore. You can see the light hitting the floor from it, but you don't see, well, maybe see, I got to go back here. Yeah, see, because this, you set it up to 2. Now you're not supposed to be able to see it at all. Let's turn off our atmosphere prop. Oh, we want that on. We just don't want, and the Gobo on. We just don't want this fog right now for now. I don't think that turned off. Let's see. Okay, let's get rid of the fog for now. Now this floor, I'm still seeing this. Now I believe that's because the light above here, okay, that's shining through it is creating this pattern on the ground. I'm not sure. Now the atmosphere prop, the ground plane is what's shiny. And the light projector. Okay, see, this was the test I wanted to see. And this was what I wanted to see, was whether if, because this is parented to this Gobo, it's still, then these properties that we've given this are not in effect, because we'd have to put the light inside the Gobo in order for it to make the Gobo the parent, in order for its attributes. I'm not sure exactly, but it's still the Gobo's invisible, but the light is creating. Now, and I turn this light off. Now we'll turn the Gobo on. See, the Gobo has some light that's coming from it. So I don't think it's the actual. I don't think it's the actual Gobo that's reflecting off of it. I believe it's the Gobo lights that are projecting off of it that are creating that pattern. It's the pattern from the Gobo lights. So this would make sense that we could bring this Gobo up and now really turn it up. Like, just make sure those are both refraction and the index. Refraction, weight, and index are at 1. That's what they're supposed to be. So let's get rid of this reflection here, refraction, and then we go to our luminosity, emission luminosity. Let's give this another 9 and another 9. And see the light, this Gobo is spreading light down and reflecting off the floor. It's not seeing the Gobo, it's seeing the effects of the light coming from the Gobo. Those are the pattern of lights. And you see, I haven't learned how to really control that pattern, because if you look at the Gobo from down below, it's probably going to look very washed out. Let's see. Let's come straight up here at the Gobo. Oh, well, you can't see it because the Gobo is because it's invisible. But if I turn the Gobo on again through here, display, and we go back to this, see, it's almost washed right out. So now if I bring this closer, we should see that pattern more pronounced on the floor. Yeah, and this is a, let's make this much larger. Parameters, scale. Oh, not that big. See, I'm not, oh, okay. Now this, all right, what we don't have here is we go back into surfaces on the Gobo, and we go to this cutout. Now the cutout has this because it's supposed to be going through the cutout, but then down here when we get to our luminosity, see, this one doesn't. And so what we want to do is add this lace plate to that. And then we can take this luminosity go another non here. What's up with this? Top coat color, bump, glossy. Okay, we could turn the glossy color off, none. And the base color. So, see, a lot of this I don't understand because I don't know how to make this project. Because now if it was just a light, I could just turn it up like it's projecting, but it's not projecting long. It's like projecting really strong and then dying off quick. And so I'm not sure how to fix that. Let's take the Gobo and unparent it. So it's just a plane now. It's just a plane with a pattern on it. We'll get rid of our other camera. So now this is just, why is the floor only seeing like this little piece of it? Okay, I've been watching you and tinkering with a VDB. The volume I'm using is from the OSO VDB Magnus Effects Volume 1. Okay, OSO, that's ringing a big bell here. OSO. I think, yeah, okay. Magus Effects Volume 1 set. Progress to the Gobo effect yet. Awesome, awesome. Well, that's what you do. Work with me. Work along with me. Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping to inspire you guys to make art. That's what I want to do. Now, maybe it's this floor texture. It's supposed to be a mirror, but it could be like the kind of mirror that's just not very, it just absorbs the light. And what, okay, I just figured out what's happening now. No, maybe I didn't. Okay, so what I'm going to do is try another mirror. Let's try Chrome. Let's try some kind of chrome here. Chrome. So now this is much more reflective than it was. That's a, all right, this is what we want. This is equally as reflective as, I think the brightness was turned way, way, way down on the floor before. So now we can go to this Gobo. Now we have something working, what, like it seems physically, it's like in physics-wise that it's supposed to work. So now we go here to our luminance and bring this down. Okay, well that's up a little bit high. We should see the pattern on the floor from that the Gobo has on it. Okay, but it's not happening. Emission color. Okay, cancel. Maybe we take this cutout out. None. No. Yeah, I think you have to have the cutout opacity in order for... See, what was really surprising is that it seemed as if when I was shining the light through it, that even though it was invisible, it was still responding to the light. And if you figure, okay, there it is. Okay. Here's the plan. Instead of turning this into a light source, it seems the spotlight is already a ghost light. All of your spotlights are ghost lights. You can make them into a visible light, I believe, but they're ghost lights already. So if you shine a spotlight, and if you can get it to do what we did, to actually go through the mesh of an invisible plane with this... Okay, but that's not changing. Okay. Now the spotlight, let's go to our spotlight and let's put a spotlight in here. And when we go to the spotlight and go to its parameters, what you can't do is this color. Color. What you can't do to a spotlight is give it a texture. See, so this is what... And you see, a spotlight has all of these, like it can focus the light. You can give it a color, point at visibility, and see, I think I was able to do that, yeah, in Bryce. In Bryce, I was able to put a texture pattern on a spotlight. And you can't do this because it's like against physics. Render emitter. See, I don't see any place here where you can put a texture. And when you click on surfaces, there are none. There are no surface. We have a distant light. So really it comes down to how do we get this to project its light? Oh, okay. I just figured it out. Okay. What we do, all right, there are colored gobos. All right, let's go to another light set that I have. We're going to leave the ground plane on. We'll get rid of my old plane. We'll leave this ground plane on. We'll leave the camera here and the statue. Okay. Now I have another light set. We're going to look up Gobo. This light set is what got me started on this whole thing, okay? Like 5 months ago was this, because if you look in here, now notice this light, it's doing exactly kind of what we want it to do. It's creating a color pattern, but it's projecting it onto something. Do you see? How is it doing that? We're seeing the Gobo with just regular light shining through it, and we did see some Gobos that were colored in that other set. So this, let's see if we can find a really cool one, like something really funky like this. With a really complex pattern. Look at these. Now I'll take you in and show you what light set this is as well. Now this one has several lights. Let's okay, because you get different colors, okay, from different Gobos. So you have multiple Gobos. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, okay. You can change the color of the light. You can't change and put a pattern on it. But if you have multiple Gobos shining through with a different light on each one, you can give each light shining through each Gobo its own color. So you can put your Gobo in, put your pattern on the Gobo, and then put a light on that with its own color. So let's try this one. This one looks kind of funky. Let's first open and explore the product. This is called Gobo Lights for Daz Studio Iray. Let's see if this is on sale. Gobo. Okay. Here it is. Oh my gosh! This is on sale for $3.99. There's your 80% sale, people. This is really nice. $4. Okay, I probably paid 10. So look at what this gives you. This gives you all these Gobo lights that you can put in an atmosphere. You can put an atmosphere, and these will project those Gobo patterns on the floor. Okay, so this is a buy right now kind of thing, okay? If you don't own it, buy it. I would say this because they give you 25 single white Gobos. These are patterns. And 14 multicolored Gobos. I think each one of these white Gobos is a different kind of pattern. I'm not sure it says exactly, but these Gobos work. The transparency maps are up to 1600. That's good enough for something that's going to project all over everywhere. And you get 4 distant rim lights. So these lights, oh, okay. This just made me think of something. Have you ever looked into a spotlight? Because I look into spotlights a lot, okay? And when you looked into the spotlight, it looked like the spotlight was like really, really, really far away, like you were looking through space and time, okay? Now it's starting to make sense. These particular lights have to have this, they have to be, I guess, far, far, far away. They're focused, and they shine from very, very, very far away, and that's how they push these beautiful patterns onto the floor. Now, so this is a purchase. Let me know if you purchase this. This is $4, okay? It's almost up to your 80% off. And this is worth buying 25 single white Gobos, which you can take those Gobos and just put colors on the lights, on the white one, because they're distant spotlights, okay? So the reason why they give you 4 is because some of them are multicolored where they have 4 lights, and a lot of them are single. But it doesn't matter because you can just mix and match them whatever way you want. This whole thing, it was this light set that got me awesomely awesome. Do this one. This is a definitely, it's ready to buy. So this one is ripe and prime for the picking. This collection provides a large selection of beautiful Gobo lighting solutions for your Daz Studio renders. Featured is a do-it-yourself section of build your own lights, as well as pre-made presets for newer users. And you have to kind of use the presets. You start with the presets. That's what we're going to do. So, okay, I'm glad I found this for you. I hope we still got Ted and Ed here. If you're here, buy this. This is a big recommendation for me. So now we're going to find one with multicolors. Let's see if we can find one with 4 lights. Now, you see, I can put these Gobos in, right? But then I can put that big, gigantic sphere, or I can put a VDB in, and they're going to create God rays. Do you see? See how awesome? Because they have that long light going through them, in that really long light. And if you've ever looked into one of these distant Gobo lights, and it's like you can't really move them right, and you can't do certain things with them because they're so far away. I don't know, but what they do is they create this effect because apparently their light is traveling like light years through space, and your computer computes it. So let's put this one in, merge into scene. And now, of course, it's going to be right in front of my camera, so I can't see anything. Why? Because I think I'm up. And see, this was this right here was the seed of my problem. Because if you notice, now remember we have a floor in here that's our floor. Where is our floor? Ground plane. Okay, when I turn the ground plane off, okay. I think my ground plane somehow got, that's why my, oh, no. Okay, the ground, this is at an angle, and so it's shining on the floor in an angle. Does this not give you an idea? You see, because this has to be, remember the first thing that happened when I came into this scene was, oh my gosh, I've got my light, my Gobo is right in my scene. And it was 6 months ago when I was using this light set, I went on to the Daz forum here, and I asked them, let's go into the Daz forum, community forums, and we go to forums. And I asked them, I said, is there any way to get an invisible Gobo? Because they're right in my way. The forum is like being pounded right now. There's so many people reading stuff on it, I think, that, or else they just have really slow servers and they kind of get really bogged down easy when 20 people are viewing stuff. I don't know. So, okay, we're going to go now into this technical help. And you're going to see that right here, this was the thing that I asked about 4 months ago, 7 months ago. And it is, now I may have put it in the Adobe, because I don't see it here. About Gobo. All right, so I think it's in the Daz. I didn't really know better than to not put them in Daz discussion. But we go down here and you'll see something about a Gobo. Gobo. Let's do a find. Okay, it's not here, so it's got to be in the nuts and bolts here, or whatever it's called. Yeah, nuts and bolts. Find Gobo. There's one, I think, here. Yeah, is there a way to make invisible Gobos? See, because I was trying to light VDBs and VDBs have been out for over 6 months, okay? And so first, one thing you see is these Gobos are like, if I want to kind of get my camera in and say, okay, this is where I want my camera, but the darn lights are creating this terrible effect. And so the only thing you can do, so what we do is we take this Gobo here, it's called a gel plane, and that's just what it is. But what's really nice is this plane. Okay, so this plane has a pattern on it. Okay, but it's just a simple pattern. Like I could put any pattern on it. But it's the light that is the colored thing. And now if we look through this light here, we're going to go through the gel spot. Okay, this doesn't seem to have those really like forever kind of gel spots. It's not seeing the gel spot like I've seen them before. It's not like an infinity gel spot. So let's get rid of these gel planes and let's try something else from this pack. Let's something that's really putting a pattern. Let's try one so it's not so complex. This is a white one. Come on. Okay, I think, all right, let's see what we got here. Let's try this one. Merge into scene. Now, this is doing something really funky. It's creating, now I'm not seeing this on the ground, but I am seeing that it is putting this pattern. Now let's try looking through the gel plane, gel spot. Okay, so it's the spotlight is pointing onto this and creating this pattern. That's really cool. Now let's take this and see what happens when we put our little pattern on here. We tell this gel plane, then we go here to parameters, and we go here to display, and it's gone. See? So now, no, it's not gone. All right, why isn't it gone? Okay, we still have we're in Iray. Now we go through it. Okay, it's not gone. See, that's what we're supposed to be doing, is it's supposed to be gone. Invisible. All right, let's put this factor on there too. This might be some other Then take this gel plane and delete it. And then let's try and create just a regular plane. So it's not one of these weird planes here. And we take the plane, where is it? I wish I didn't go through that rant. Okay. Okay, we got to take this plane and make it smaller. But it's just the way I feel. Okay, 0.5. Okay, let's go 20. All right, let's go 10. All right, this is lace. This works. Now let's see what happens here. Okay, so this is working just like the other one is, and now we have that focused. See how it's really focused on this, and the light goes through in this long corridor kind of thing. So this, all right. So if I put, so now I can take this gel spot and go here and put a color on it. Okay, that's here. And I think everybody left us, Angus. All right, let's try blue. Wow, okay. So about a darker blue. Okay, so now, I believe because of the way this light is, because it's so long and thin, and see, that's what we can't do with the mesh light, is we can't focus it and make it long like that. All it is it's like a panel that spreads out, and that's it. And so what we're going to do is some magic here. We're going to go and into here, and we're going to search for VDB again. And we're going to click on this. And because this is long and focused, this is going to create a color field. Okay. VDB. Okay, we want this VDB here. We don't want it there. We want it here. We go in here. Let's take our poof or something. Let's try this. Yes. See, this is creating a God ray effect. A real God ray effect. This effect right here is not caused by all kinds of little planes that are fanned out. It's actually creating this God ray effect by coming through this light here and coming down through here. Okay, and it's shooting out of that. Let's see what happens here. It's shooting out of this. It's fanning out. It's going through this. Okay, I think what we could do is move this down a little bit and make it a little larger, scale it up so that it's actually covering the whole light. And then what we do is, since we've taken this plane and put this effect on here, plane, okay, surface, plane, display, we turn this off. And then we go into here, and it's gone. It's gone from, so I can bring my camera like outside of it, or I can bring this into my scene, and it's not there, but it's still creating the effect because, and so this is what I wanted. It's an so I can take this whole thing here, this plane and the gel spot, all right, and I can just scale it down, scale it like this. Where is it? Scale? Scale the whole thing down. And like that. Okay, that's perfect. Now there it is. And then, okay, oh, I think I went into the negative. Like that. Okay, and move this into the scene and like point it at part of my, pointed at some of this fog here, like over here. Just pointed at part of it to illuminate some of this. Turn down the gel spot. Where's the lumens? Okay. Now, it's not responding quite the way I wanted it to. Well, so let's go. Let's go to, see this, it's going to take a lot of work to figure out how, there's our spread. Don't think I want to mess with any of that. Now let's go. Where's the, okay, I think what's happened is it's figured out, oh, this plane is supposed to be invisible, so it's now invisible, and that means it doesn't need to, it only works for a little while, and then it says, oh, you're invisible. I'm not supposed to shine. You're not. But if it was seeing it as invisible, then you would think it would just shine right straight through, and it looks like it's actually blocking it. Okay, so no, it's still working in a way. Let's take one of these 9s off. Okay, take one of these 9s off. Let's see what this looks like now. Okay, this is creating some kind of pattern. Let's put a pattern on here that's probably, I think this is a little too lacy. Plain presets. Let's go down here to something that's more discernible as like a lace pattern, like something like this. No, I have to select the plane. Yeah, that selected it. Let's get down in here and see. Yeah, it's doing it. This is our plane. Let's bring our plane. See, I can bring this right in here, like there, right at that. Okay, see what's happened though is the light. Okay, see, I didn't anticipate this, that the light up to here. Okay, so this would go like this. All right, so we go like this and bring this light in until it starts to focus. Bring it right up to the front of the camera. So that when our camera is in front of it, okay, and now we can take this fog here, all right, this, which is kind of thick. Take this fog, dial it down some. Let's take this whole plane. No, you don't scare people away, Lester. People scare themselves away. They're people. I'm not talking about, you know, Ted and Ed and Lee and everything. I don't think we scared them away. I just think they have things to do. So, but I don't think we scared anybody away. Now you can see this light here. Okay, this whole, okay, we take and move the plane and everything moves with it now. So we can spread this out a little bit like this, but we can still have it in front of us. That's the thing that we couldn't do before, was have this in front of us. And so we take and it's invisible, but it's still responding to the light, to the pattern and the object here, which is kind of really interesting. It's still being filtered through the pattern. And so now I can take this cube here and go into the editor here, and let's take this and just take the density down a little bit on oh, it's really low as it is, so we'd have to go to 0.005. Oh, that's really low. Let's go 0.1. Oh, it's still low. Let's go 0.9. Oh, look at this now. See, this is a real, these are real God rays. See, this is a real God ray. So let's change this fog. Okay, let's go to 0.9. Let's go 0.6. And Okay, I believe that what's happening here. See, oh, my fog isn't high enough. Fluffy fog. No, I guess it is. Why is it just hitting his head like that? It's like, let's take this. Oh, let's take the plane and the gel and move it up a little bit. Now he's like completely engulfed here in this really thick kind of soupy. So we take maybe we can make the lights brighter then. So this light, we go to the gel spot and let's give it some more oomph. Another 9. So we give it more oomph and then we take some more of the multiplier off, like bring this down to 1 now. I bet it's going to just kind of go down again like that same way. All right, we're going to I'm going to delete this and I'm going to go and use okay. It's the pattern here. I just can't see this pattern, what it is. So what I need to do, the pattern has like really, I gotta turn this back on again. Let's go to our plane and display, turn it on and see what's happening with this. Yeah, the pattern it doesn't really have a lot of holes in it. They're not like fine mesh. What do I do? Make it bigger or smaller? Or just, okay, let's go into the Gobo patterns that are part of, let's go to Render Studio. Render Studio. It's got to be here somewhere. There it is. And we go here. No, that's Render Studio. Yeah, 2.0. This is production scenes. So there's that also. Render Studio was at 2.0. Here it is. Shaders. And now we can take, I think, some of these and put them on that. Jitter. Let's try this on our plane. It might work. Yeah, these are shaders. They will work. Surfaces, plane. That didn't work that well, though. Let's see why. A little dot. I think it might need to change its, let's see, the vertical tiles, let's say 0.1 and 0.001, and let's go this point. Right, this is not what's wrong. Okay, let's take the plane and see. Okay, the plane display. What's wrong? Why aren't they showing up? Okay. The plane is not okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to add this into merge this. Oh, why did I just do that? We're going to merge this environment in. Merge into scene. Okay. Then we're going to take the Gobo from this. Okay, so this will work. Okay, something in this makes color work. So it makes it project. So we're going to take and get rid of this plane and gel. And we're going to take this projector light and go into props. Is it props? No, it's in the shaders. And this, we take the Gobo, and we put this colored thing here. We have to select the Gobo. Where is the... All right, we take the Gobo and we add this to the Gobo like this. Which is very strange. Now, this is doing what I've wanted to do all along, is project color through these streams of color. But what it's also doing is projecting it heavily onto the floor. And that's what I didn't want to do. And when I go into this Gobo and add these properties to it, and this property, see, this is very radically projecting. This is doing what I want to do, but now the Gobo and these are what I was looking for. These are light colored rays. They are actually, see, this is so complicated for my head. Now, I just put these effects on the Gobo, no, on the Gobo here. And there. So now we go to the Gobo parameters. And if I turn this off, it's still projecting through, but the Gobo is invisible. So this does work with that Gobo. So we get that effect right there. Now what if I change this to something higher than 1, like 2? And then I go into surfaces, the Gobo, refraction, REF, and change these bows to 1. See, this didn't stop that pattern from being reflected on the floor, because it's not being put on the floor from that. This is being put on the floor because of that light. Let's change this Gobo image now to something. We're going to go into the editor, get rid of this. We're going to just put another image on here. Where is the image? It's on glossy color. This is strange. It's actually in glossy color. Wow. Well, let's change this to browse. Oh, look at these. Now these are our... Okay, so what this is a black image. And some of them... Oh, see, this is our sunbeams color. And that's that. So we go up here. Look at this now. What if I make the floor black? Okay, browse. I think I want to try this. This is amazing because it's putting these massive streams of color through this atmosphere. Look at that. So what I can do now, if I take this Gobo, no, edit, undo, the atmosphere projector, and move it up, it should make it wider. What if I make it wider with the beam? Projector light. Ray. Intensity. Spread angle. Look at this. Then we make it stronger. Okay. 2. I think we have to take the beam exponent up. Yes. And then we can take lumens down maybe. And width. that may. I think that may just be the width of the shadow type. Deep shadow map. Ray traced. None. Geometry point. Disk. That didn't do sphere. Cylinder. Point is the best. Beam exponent. Okay, so we can bring this beam exponent out. The spread angle. Then we take this up a little bit, like to okay, so this is works with God rays. This is what we're looking at here with this whole what we're looking at now is God colored like God rays, like what we would get with like a stained glass window. So now we can take this atmosphere prop and we can do things with that as well. We go into here and we go to props. Materials. And this is our beam. Bigger. Oh, that would go to our projector light. Okay, and smaller. Smaller. And the default light. And this is what? The brightness. That's 100%. Why is this blue? %. What's this say here? Intensity 15%. 400. Okay, it can't go up that high. All right, now this is colors. Okay, so that kind of wipes out our other color. Overcast sky is the sepia, which kind of, and this is white. All right, so those are things for our light. Fluorescent, green, which is, and this is kind of a bluish. And we go here, what's this? Light blue. So orange. change. So let's go back to our default. This is white, I think. Where's our default? It doesn't say which one's default. Okay, this one's default for our spread. I think let's make it a little smaller. And then cool white. Oh, that's pink. That's kind of nice. None of these say default. Midday sunlight. Light blue. I think that's just moving the temperature. So we'll just go with the white light for now, so it doesn't color our colors. Now the other thing is this atmosphere prop, which would be rim light. Okay, ground plane. Somewhere is the atmosphere. Amounts of atmosphere. That's not it. Maybe in shaders. Yeah, atmosphere. This is one. This makes the little specks in the air thinner or stronger. I think I've got to select this here. Yep, in order to change them. Yeah. So what's really weird about these atmosphere is it's still projecting onto the floor the same amount, even though the atmosphere is getting thicker. It doesn't seem to distract it from hitting that floor and putting the color into the floor. So what we're going to do is take our ground plane now and put a black surface on it. See if we can get rid of the black on the floor. A matte black. Matte. Okay. Ground plane. Matte. Oh, we have two ground planes. Let's get rid of this ground plane and do this one. Select it. See? Now we can stop it from reflecting on the floor if we put something really dark on the floor and non-reflective. It is still reflecting there, so we can get a more matte than that. Okay. That's like no reflection at all. Let's go and look through our other camera. So that's how we stop it from then we take our atmosphere prop again, and we can take this atmosphere down some. It's still putting some on the floor. Ground plane. Specular color. None. None. diffuse color. And oh, this particular matte color is not Iray. That's a problem. Let's just try black. MDL. Cotton black, that would be matte. Not really though. Silk black. If I take this fabric here and then I can go into the editor and mess with it. I take the glossy, none. Glossy roughness, none. And base bump, we don't want any bumps. No normal map. Emission color, none. So we come up in here, what's this? Glossy layered, none. But then we can go translucency color, black. And bring that up. Base color, none. Black. Glossy color, none. Let's go black with that. There we go. That just made the ground black. Alright, now if we take this projector light and that was here in lights, I think. No. So render settings, no. Materials, that's where it is. Yeah. We take the light. That's kind of nice. What is this? Is there like a properties? I would love to know. I mean, this atmosphere prop. I'd love to know what this is. Let's see. Atmosphere. That's okay. All files. Somewhere here is an atmosphere prop. Oh, here it is. Atmosphere prop. What is this? Duff. There's a Facebook link here. I remember her. She was Genesis 8. Oh, okay. I know something about this. Now, when you look through the projector light, okay, and you take and click on the projector light. And you go like this. I think the Gobo moves with you because the Gobo is parented to the projector light. So if you move the projector light, the Gobo moves with it. So what you want to do is turn this like this so that it's pointing at him, like kind of like it's raining sideways. And they asked me, some of the people said, how did you get the light to shine in front of them? And it was like I moved the Gobo and the light at an angle. So that, okay, now we go back to our camera angle here. And it's lighting at him, but the Gobo didn't move with it. Perspective view, Gobo. Let's turn this off. Where's the Gobo? I don't think the Gobo moved with the light. Yeah, it did. So why? Is it all yellow now? Is it all... Okay, go back. Okay, I think it's because I wasn't in Iray. No. Oh. Well, it's lighting him from the front, and it just happens to be pink in the middle of our light. Let's take the Gobo and put some kind of other thing on it. One of these things that they gave us. Shaders. Let's see, Gobo. Select the Gobo again. And then we have this colored one here. Little dots, little lights, streams. Those are tiny little lights. Okay, this is another light set here. It's this merge into the scene. This gives us 3 Gobos with 3 lights. We go into the okay. They're all pointing into here, so let's take this. What one are we at on? Okay, let's get rid of the other cameras. Ground plane. Statue. Well, he just went far away. That put him into the center pretty much. Now these all have the same gobo on them. And it's weird because they're all a slightly misaligned, but what it does is it lights him from all angles, and they're doing what exactly that thing. So these atmosphere, okay, they have projector lights and they have gobos. So you can change the gobos on all three. Shaders. Let's put the gobos to this, no, to something like this. There's one, oh, we have to select the gobo. 1, 2, up, select it. 2, 3. Now all three of them, these are 3 different colored light gobo, having the gobos. See, I don't really know what I'm doing here. Let's take this atmosphere, this our atmosphere prop, and turn it off. Okay, we have another atmosphere here. How did that happen? Let's get rid of that atmosphere prop. Wow. Atmosphere gobo. What is that? What is an atmosphere gobo? Oh, here is the atmosphere. I had 2 atmosphere props in the scene. That's what was screwing everything up. Now look at this. Now this is doing something really kind of cool. And I have like a couple of ground planes. Okay, this is the ground plane we want. That's our black ground plane. This is something that's been added. Okay. I want the black one that doesn't have the thing on the... Okay, so this is kind of the pinnacle of what I've done today with these products. But I have one more trick up my sleeve here. And I think what I'm going to do I tend to think that having a real person in here would be much better than a statue. So I'm just going to take this statue out and put a real person in here. Right. Okay, default. I'm going to use one of my saved characters. Genesis 8.1. Hopefully it'll come right in. That's the center, but I think that is the center of the world, and why these didn't come into the center of the world, I'm not sure. But that kind of looks like the center of the... We'll see. He's going to appear somewhere. He will appear smack dab in the middle of the world. And so wherever he appears, I'm going to move all these cameras to him instead of moving him to the cameras. It'd be nice if he appeared right here, but I don't think he's gonna. So this, if I made these white, so I could just get rid of a bunch of these. Take the one that's pointing towards him and keep that one, and get rid of the other two, and then make the one that's pointing towards him white. So, because I'm looking for God rays, okay? This is what we're trying to do with, we're trying to do this with real atmospheres, not with these atmospheres that are made up with a million, because I'm under the belief that I can get better God rays with real atmospheres and real lights, creating that effect. And if I can create that effect really well, then I can save the project. And anytime I need it, I can just open this project, put something into that scene, and use it. It is 12 o'clock. That's why everybody's gone. Everybody leaves at about 10, 11 o'clock. So okay. Here he comes. And where is he? He hasn't appeared yet here. There he is. He appeared right where I thought he was gonna. Okay, so let's go to perspective view. Let's grab these cameras and move them there. Let's make a 3-camera scene, and then we'll worry about the 1-camera scene. So we take these atmosphere projector controllers and put them into a group. This is going to be three light rays. Let's call that 3 light rays. Okay, now they're all in one group that I can move like this, so that they're all pointing down at him. Now there's something weird about this thing, because there's a way, like if I grab, it said there's 3 things. There's atmosphere project controller, this, and this. Now you notice when I do that, it's here. And so I can literally move this, and the light will move where I move that. But I kind of wanted them to be, now this is really strange. They're all coming at this from, it looks like, along one axis. One is straight down, one is from the side, this side, and one is from that side. So now let's go back to our camera, and let's move the camera where we want it, which would be kind of in front of him like this. Okay, now this looks pretty cool here. This looks like a stage. It doesn't look like God rays. But if I took and made them all white, what is it about this that doesn't look like God rays? They don't have enough rays. Okay, they don't look like a fan of rays. This kind of does, but they just look like spotlights. They don't look like God rays. And any other, these are what I have for making. But maybe if I change these gobos to some other pattern. Let's now go back to render studio. Let's find this render studio again. Come on. Where is it now? We need you, Render Studio. There it is. So I go here with, let's turn these two of them off. Okay, this isn't really what I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come this way. And I'm going to turn him. Okay, I'm going to save this. And 3 lights, we're going to call this file, save as, scene, 3 light rays, GHT. So I can always come back to this. So, and it's not showing this massive thing on the floor. And if I let this sit for a moment, this actually renders up. This will render like really fine. Okay, so now we're going to turn off this one. Hope it's not the blue one, because that's the, okay, and the green one. The green one is here, I bet ya. No, I think that was because I don't want the one right down because it's going to cut shadows on his eyes. I want to take the green one off. And then I'm going to turn him into the blue one towards this. Okay, so we're going to go now, atmosphere, and we go like this. Turn him. Oh, okay, I could turn the light towards him as well from the front. So it points at him from the front. Let me see what happens when I do that. Let's go to, this is atmosphere light 2. I can't see a blasted thing. What happens when we go into, well, that kind of does it. So I can see here now. I think the Gobo's working, moving with me. Atmosphere, let's see. Projector light. Projector light 2. Oh, this is the controller. Edit. Redo. Okay, so we go to the projector light. There we go. Not the controller. And we move this around like this. Over here. Where's our guy? I think this is moving the Gobo with the light. if we can get this right, then we can have it shining at him. Why is this all twisty like this? I think I've got to use this. Yes. And twist this like this. Bring this over here. You hold the shift key. Okay. Now let's go to our camera view. Let's turn this back on and see if we really just wrecked everything. It should have a light coming straight at him. Take us into Iray. Yeah, okay. Now it's kind of right, but let's go to our Gobo now and go to shaders and try some of these different Gobos. We can take the intensity down. Oh, that's the atmosphere. I think it's another reason is because I have the atmosphere so, let's see, low. You have to have atmosphere if you want God rays. That doesn't seem to have done anything. Okay, that's the strongest atmosphere. Now this is I think number 2. Gobo, which one is it? Okay, these other ones, yeah, number 2, Gobo number 2. Now we're going to try some of these other. This isn't working. Gobo. This is an atmosphere, but Gobo. What? Okay, projector light. It is projecting some kind of pattern on him. I think what I'm not seeing is, okay, so when I change the Gobo, it does change. We have a blue light. Let's double check. Oh, that's the wrong Gobo here. Okay, we're supposed to be in surfaces, that's why. Okay, now look what this is doing to our atmosphere. And we go now to atmosphere prop. This is where we change the amount of atmosphere. What's this? Oh, that's the intensity of our light. This is the intensity. Okay, that's the brightness of the light. Okay, that's how bigger. Okay, this is our atmosphere. How much we have. This is going to get very, okay, that's much more atmosphere. So this is giving us some kind of this pattern now. And then we go to our light again, projector light, and go back to materials. This is the intensity of the light. That's 200. This is very intense. Turn limits off. This is really strong. Okay, now what I'm not seeing here, what I can't seem to do is, what I'm not seeing is it fanning out. How do I fan this light out? Okay, this is the color of the light. We have the atmosphere light, so this is where we would change the color. Okay, how do I, so okay, I know how I can fan it. I would have to bring this all closer. Bring this down closer to him. Let's look through the light. This is atmosphere light 2. Go like this. Let's go closer to him. Now what happens when we do this? Okay, the light. Okay, wide angle. This is only camera 3. Why am I okay? Because I moved the camera up. Okay, down. We got to go in so that the. Now the thing is you can't. What I can't do here is I can't move the distance of the gobo, because this gobo is a black plate with a white dot with a lace in the center. It's not like the whole thing is lace. All right, so I have to think about this. What would make this splay out? What would make it splay? See, this is giving me a really nice effect with, these are, when I move it closer like this, I'm getting some pretty defined lines. Okay, I just thought of something. What I would have to do is move the gobo closer like this. Move the gobo closer. Can I? Yes. Move the gobo closer. Then take my light here and fan it out more. Where is that? Spread angle. Whoa. See, that kind of worked now. Now we have God rays. And they are real God rays. Now we have God rays. Look at that. This is our God ray. And they're not so intense on him. Okay, why? Okay, I think my camera's moving weird because I've got that selected. Now, okay, this is what I want, is to zoom around him. Look at this now. Okay, this we're going to save as scene God best. Okay, we'll say best God rays. Okay, so we've got them here. So now we have God rays. Look at the splay. Look at how they are splayed out. This is exactly what I wanted. You can't see them when we're not. You can only see all of this stuff when we have. You can only see all of this stuff when we are. Okay, now this looks funny. Okay, it's not quite centered and all, so let's go through our camera. Let's get rid of these other lights because we can just copy this light now and then make this light, move it to different places and have 3 God rays coming in. So, okay, so now let's go into our light and look through our light and see what's wrong here. We want to go, okay, at the front here. Okay, right from the front. There's something weird going on here. Because this controller, this right here is like the center here. And it wants to look at this all the time. Okay. This is what I want to do, is just center this. I'm not sure how to fix this. I think what I can do is take this controller, take these out of the controller. See, change, unparent. Now if I take this controller away, then when I move this around, it moves where I want it to go. And it's not trying to fight me. And I think when I now go to my camera view, it's still correct. I think the controller just stops it from. Okay. That's still the way I want it. There's still the God rays, but they're coming directly down the way. Now I can really do some stuff with this. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted. Now we come here. We can take this little piece here now we can take our, okay, so we'll get rid of this piece that we didn't want, this controller. And what is this 3 light rays? That was that. I don't need that. We want the wide camera, the black plane, our figure here, and the atmosphere prop. This is all looking really correct. And our wide angle camera. And our God rays. So I can move these. And now the length of them is going to be based upon the brightness of the light. So if I want to bring the light closer, we just take this down a little bit. Maybe that's not right. Well, oh, maybe it's just too much. Let's go 0, 4. And then we take this light and bring it down. Okay, let's look through the light again. And back to our camera. Now let's come in here, see what's happening. Okay, let's bring this down some more. See, see how this is like causing this big thing, and I don't want that in the camera? That's what I think we can get rid of. I think we can put this right in our scene now. Because we take this mesh here, we put our 2 scripts on it, and then we make it disappear, and this spotlight is already invisible. So we go to the display, and we turn this off right here. Off. And now it's gone. And there is our beautiful spot, our beautiful and you know, it's something just occurred to me that this, if you get this right, okay, if you get this right, the distance and the width of the light, because, okay, think about this. The light comes out of the spotlight, and it's very, very strong. at the vertex point where it comes out of the spotlight. Even if it hits that gobo soon, it's not going to divide up into colors because it's too focused. So this little area here, you're going to want this area to hit the gobo. See, it's bouncing off the gobo. So you have to get this ratio right of distance from your figure, distance from the gobo, so that it doesn't create this cone. So what's wrong here? I would say the light is too intense, maybe? I don't know. I have to think about this now. So that it goes from that focus point and divides up at the right time, because there's no point in putting it right at it. Or is there a point? The closer you make it, the wider you have to make this. And the further away, the more narrow you have to make the beam. So you have to think of the physics of all of this. Because this is beautiful right here. And if I can get this just right, this will disappear. It will look like the light's coming from God, and then getting wider and wider and wider, and then dividing off, because regardless, the light's got to go to a point. So it looks like, which one can I move? I think I can only move the gobo. I can't. If I move the point light, because the gobo is parented to the point light, so I have to. So what happens when I move the gobo a little further away? It's going to create less of that thing. So I would want to put the gobo further away until that bright. See, what I can do is I can turn the light down, but if I turn it now, when I move it further away, we get less of that splay effect. When I move it in closer, it's very intense, but suddenly these rays get very defined. So if I move it really close and make it really wide, look at that. So all I have to really do now is to maybe turn it down some. Look at that. See, because this is problematic. This is almost working, though. Let's move it right up to the light. Okay, where's our gobo? Can't see what I'm doing. See, so now this doesn't look like it's reflecting so much. I think the reason why it was reflecting back, because it was going outside and hitting that black. That's why they made it black. So that if it went over, the black would try to absorb some of this. So I don't see any distortion here now. Maybe a tiny little cone. Let's see what happens when we bring that right up to the light. Because that's pretty wide. See, now it's shining through, but I'm not seeing any. That's too much. Got to be just enough to hit those and cause the rays. Now it could be a little bit off center. Okay, this. See, I don't have to have this little. Normally you don't have the cone because you don't want to see where God is, okay? So you always put the cone right. You put your camera right where the cone starts to come in, like about here. You don't reveal God. So you come back here. And this is kind of what you do with the God ray. But now I can move the whole God ray down some so it hits the ground a little bit more. See, this is perfect for him in this. What did I just do? Oh, I moved the Gobo. Let's move the light. Okay. So now that that's so close, I can make this even wider. So let's go to our projector light. And let's go to this ray length. Okay, so it was already at 0. I don't know that that ray length works. It might be here. It might be left over from an old. I don't know that ray length actually works. We're going to go to here. Okay. So we get all of the base. Okay, so we're going to go to intensity works. And then we can go to spread angle. Okay, it's kind of off kilter. But that's okay. I can mess with that later. Well, let's fix it. Let's go to our projector light. This is a really weird. No, that's not what we want to do. Let's undo that. Edit. Let's go here and see if we can figure it out here. Projector light. Let's go to our camera. It's very sensitive because it's like a pinpoint that's got a, there we go. Now what we can do is change our Gobo and put some, now we have this piece invisible. This is not actually visible, this. So if I move this up a little bit, we don't see this Gobo. That is something really amazing. So now we're going to click on the Gobo and we can change the pattern of our rays. Smart content. Let's go to the shaders. We have all these patterns. We have the star. Look at that. We have the square grill. And If I rotate the Gobo, it rotates the grill. This is a color, an actual color, bullseye. Gives us this really strange color. Sunbeams, this is like weird. And we can put any color, any pattern. This is a cross. That's pretty cool. Little circles. It's going to give us little like pillars, kind of little teeny points. Wow. Look at that. What I kind of didn't expect was these lights to be so intense on him. What you do is you just move him out in front of it. But this is pointing at him. This is probably the best that I've done all night. Let's do something kind of cool and take this light again. Let's make the light white like a real God ray. White. And there we go. This is pretty cool. And what we'll do is we'll just move our Genesis 8 male. It's easier to move him out than it is to move. But if I move him out in front, he's going to turn black because he's not going to have any light on him. So then I have to take a spotlight and fix that. This light is way in front. I'm wondering how I could fix that. Okay, now, look at this. See, this allows me to light him independently. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll bring this so we can't see the source. You want that with a God, like I said, you want that with a God. Oh, it's been 4 hours. You want that with a God ray anyway. You don't want to see where God is, anyway. You always do that with a God ray. So I can take this light now and give it a little more intensity. So we go to our projector light and we go here. We got a nice color. We got to go to we can do that with the beam exponent. No, that makes the beam, oh, no, it doesn't. I think it does give it some intensity. It makes it hotter. But it spread it in. Actually, I want this wide spread angle. Let's go a little wider with this. And then let's give it some more juice. Let's bring this up. We are still having that problem with the intensity. I think that's problems because it's too wide. And I'm just spreading it out onto the black surface. There we go. And we can now go into, it's still hitting him. Let's try pushing, go to our parameters with this and move it Z back. Z. and Y, up. The Gobo moves with it. Okay. And now we can take see, now that I have this ray, this light, I can use this with any VDB and it's going to create some kind of effect here. Now let's go back to our things here. We have intensity. What happens when we go with intensity? I think that intensity may like start out quick and then kind of, so I may not want to go that route. Let's just go to reset the intensity. Because I may want it not to be, I might want it to just have a length and not, okay, so we go here with instead with this, and we go with another 9. Okay. These are a little too small. Let's go with our Gobo. I mean, they're a little, just a little, these little dots are just a little too much. Let's try some bigger dots. Mono grill. Did that work? No, I didn't click Gobo. Wow. That's kind of more what I want, but it's still hitting him. Okay, and that's a projector light. Let's take now the light's intensity down. Let's go to like 2. Okay. What's the what was that? It was one that said, okay, edge opacity, base opacity. This would make it stronger in the center. Ray opacity. Wow. Okay, edge opacity, we can bring the edge opacity down so it's sharper like. Edge opacity. Okay. This is very interesting stuff. Ray length. This is what I didn't think worked, but let's see if this works. I don't think ray length works. And see, I don't think maybe ray opacity works too. Some of these things, because they're no longer, they don't follow the laws of physics, and Iray follows the laws of physics, and some of these are based on old, on 3Delight. And so they just don't work. Now, we're going to go here to parameters, and we're going to go Z. We're going to move this back some more. Don't want this shining on him. There we go. Okay, now I think the problem is that's too wide. It's just really wide. And so if I make the width, that definitely works. Spread angle, that's it. Okay, that makes it narrow. The center, it makes the center. Okay, I may have too much atmosphere here too, because you see it's like hitting all of this. Temperature, lumens. Let's give it some more lumens. Let's go to 7. This is looking too regular. Let's go with the soft lines. Let's try some different Gobo. Gobo. I think the floor is causing that problem, and now that he's so far in front, that's okay. This is a window. This jitters, I think, is probably going to be no. Diffuse. It's just like a fog. Bokeh. See these circles and points, those seem to be the closest to what I need. Let's put a light on him so at least it looks kind of fake. Except let's go to 9. Look through our new spotlight. Bring it up. Come back. Okay. I want to put it up high, but if I do, we won't see his eyes. So that's the way it is. There's just not anything a way around that. Maybe I can put it a little higher, but it will just turn his eyes into shadows. His eyebrows will just shade his eyes. Okay, back to our wide angle camera. Save this. Now let's turn this on and we'll give the spotlight some juice. Okay. Try a 9. There we go. How about a little more? 2. Okay. Now this effect that this is making on the floor, I think the floor is stopping this. See, I really want to make these real God rays work. And then once I get God rays, see, I can't put them inside there because it puts little dots on him. And I can make the floor black so it doesn't put the dots on the floor, but and when you think about that, what when you see God rays coming in through a window, okay, and they're creating these beams, okay, I think if you look on the floor, there'll be big squares on the floor, like really bright, bright, bright squares on the floor. I'm not certain, but I think they create big, bright squares on the floor. It's just that's the way it kind of goes. So this doesn't look real. Now what happens when I go into materials and take down the atmosphere prop? Just make it less intense. Okay, that didn't. Okay, that's the beam exponent. Well, that's for the light. This one here is down here. Is for our, where is it? It's up higher. No, bigger. Those are lights. Okay, this is all for lights, so it must be in shaders. Okay, it's here. Yeah, let's make the atmosphere. Let's try it all the way off, kind of. This is kind of nice. This is the lowest we're going to get it. So it's going to have the darkest. Okay, what I'm thinking is let's turn the atmosphere off and see what we get. We get no effect because the atmosphere has it's got to have particles in the air to make it work. Let's try another, let's turn the atmosphere. Okay, well, I'm going to save this right here. This is kind of the closest that I've gotten to this. So now we're going to go back out of here. We're going to go to we're going to try playing with some of these VDBs with this. Give it a different atmosphere and see what we can do with it. I already did kind of try this, but I'm going to try it again. So let's go to props. Let's try this one. Okay, well, we got some kind of thing going on here. It's not what I was looking for exactly, but let's try a poof. This is nice. This is a poof. This is almost as nice as the as my atmosphere, and this poof I don't think is as big as the atmosphere, so it's less. This is nicer because the other atmosphere is so even. This is very nice. We're going to save this. We'll leave the atmosphere, but we'll just keep it turned off. Let's turn off the poof for now, and see, I can take the poof and make it even less. I can go into here and mess with its density. First I want to take this light and I want to make it a little wider. Spray it out, splay it out a little bit. Beam, spread angle, like that. Wow, that's kind of nice. But what it does is this has got to be moved up more in order for it to go. There it is. this is looking glorious. It really is actually now. Look at that, because this poof it's not so even. Let's save this here. Now we can take this smoke cube and just mess with the density a little bit. Oh, and it's so high, we got a lot to move down. Let's go to 5. Let's go to something really low, like 0.1. Wow. So we go to 0.9. Wow, see, this is really pretty. This is starting to look. Now, what if we take this light here, projector light, what if we make it a little bit golden? Like that. Or a little bit less golden. That right there, folks, is a God ray. That is a God ray. That is what we want. That's what we wanted. We can take this projector light and move it down a bit. Y translate. I wonder what would happen if I moved it ahead now and put him in some of this ray. If we'd get spots on him like we did before. Let's Z, move it ahead like this. We might not even need our spotlight that we put in. Let's turn that off for a moment. We're going to get spots on him. Yep. The objective is then to move it so the spots aren't right there on him. So the spots don't land on him. There's a possibility of just blanking out the spots that are troublesome. Okay, so let's go and move. Let's rotate it. Let's rotate the projector light. Oh, that's why. I didn't want to do that, but that brings it up higher. Let's just rotate it like that until we get that spotlight off him. And now there's another one. Okay, I don't think that's the kind of rotate I want. Edit, undo, rotate. I think the rotate, let's zoom out. Rotate is blue. They've been thrown off. No, I don't think that's the right one either, but This almost has it. I've had to deal with this before, to just basically move it until the lights don't have this too much of an effect on him. Okay, this is looking pretty cool. So now let's put a robe on him. Okay, let's take this and find this, what this is. Well, let's just try one. This is for Genesis 8. Try again. Wow. So let's take off his pants so they're not showing through. Wow. And we've got materials. We can do all kinds of fun stuff with this. Okay, where's the robe here? This is an amazing thing. All right, let's save this. Suddenly we have Jesus. Where's our robe? Okay. Look at the different textures we have for the robe. This is a rose belt. We don't want the belt. Thick lace. Let's try this and see what. Okay, let's find him some kind of outstretched pose. Now I have to move my camera or something. Something's just not right here. Like this and like this. There's too much light here and not enough over there. So I'm going to have to move this light. We'll see what happens here. We got to go here to a pose. Default poses. We're going to go standing by function. Gestures. What about that? Okay. Get rid of robe. Let's go here to standing here. Function. Dancing. Gestures. What about gestures here? Running, scale, sitting, walking. How about this pose? Celebrate. Now this is a Genesis 8. So in order to use that, I have to go to the 8.1 mail. And then I have to go to here to my library, or just might as well go here. And this would be Bone. We We have to look for bone. Bone. Here it is. Bone. Doctor. Bone. Is it bone? Yes, here it is. Bone Minion. For... Which one was that for? Genesis 8 female. Michael 4. Genesis 3 male. I think I've got some more here. Let's type minion. That's the word. Here. This is it. Michael 4, Victoria 4. Now what was that again? This was for Genesis 8 female. She might actually work on him. Because he's at Genesis 8, and I think the female will work. It's 3 and 4 that won't. Let's try it. What the heck? She's sitting. Okay, undo. Undo pose. All right, let's see if we can find this with a male. Look at those lights. Let's see if we can, what else we can find here. Genesis 8 male celebrate. What happens? Okay. So if you hold this control key when you put a thing on, you can tell I don't want him to translate. I don't want him to move around, okay? I don't want him to rotate, transform. I don't want him to scale, so let's just turn transforms off. I just want him to use the pose. And if it moves his legs too much, see, that didn't work at all. So let's try this again, maybe. Rotation, translation. Okay, move. Obey limits. Preferences. Let's just try it and see. Scale. Let's just try it and see what happens. This is made for him. Well, it's made for Genesis 8, which is close enough. Okay, it translated him. Put him in the center of the altar. Crap. What if we just move him ahead and down? Z, will he come ahead? 9, Z, we want him here. There we go. Let's put him at 0. That's close enough. Let's put him at 50. What did it do to his face? Did it... what the heck? What's up with his face? It did... Oh, it flung him around and it flipped him around. Okay, so we're going to have to rotate him. Hare Krishna, Hari Hari. Hari Hari. Z. Let's bring him in a little bit. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Okay. I'm not sure I like what it's done to his clothing. Oh, these are gestures. Okay, so we can now go to standing. Let's undo all this. That's a little too gay. I don't know if gay is the right word for it. Probably not. It's just a little too... I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. Undo translation, undo translation, undo rotate, undo orbit camera, undo translation, undo translation. We'll get to the point where we can undo the pose and bring him back. Undo, celebrate. All right, there's our guy again. Standing. Okay, here's something. Protective. Stop. Okay, stop what you're doing. It's like, hello, God. Standing. I might just have to pose him myself. I got a million poses here, but I don't think I'll have to. I think I'll find something. Okay, now this almost kind of works. I can fix his hip a little bit. This is Victoria 4. We're going to need the bone doctor for this. For Victoria 4. So we put the bone doctor on him. The bone doctor's going to... turn off limits. Okay, where are the limits? Turn off limits. Okay, now we click on the Bone Minion and we apply the pose to that. Angus, you have a wonderful, wonderful evening, dear friend. Thank you for hanging around with me. Thank you very, very much. Very much. So I think what I got to do is take this robe off and put it on again. And I think he will stop doing that weird thing with the robe. So we go back here to products. And no, I think we go to robe. Here to robe. I think, okay, I'm going to save this again. We're going to go here to default. And let's go to Genesis 8 male. Waist pinned only. Which one did I use? One of these. Waist pinned only. Why do we have all these waist pinned? They all look the same. Hood pinned. All right, I guess I'm just going to try one and then we'll take the other robe off. Okay, cancel. That's for the wrong guy. So let's undo that. Let's try a different one. This is for, which one? Genesis 8 female. That's why there's so many of these. This one is for Genesis 3 female. This is one for the Genesis 8 3 female, Genesis 3 male, Genesis 8 female, Genesis 3 male. Well, it might have come Monday. I mean, it might have come Friday and I didn't know, or Saturday. But, yeah, Charlie Brown was here today. He's a lovely guy. So, okay, I hope this robe is actually Explore product. Yes, it is dForce. So let's take off Robe 1 and see. Robe 2 looks just as weird. So what we have to do is run a dForce simulation. So we're going to take, we'll have to take his hair off too. Let's see what happens when we run a dForce simulation. Yes, thank you for sending Charlie over to visit, Angus. Charlie is one of my favorite Peanuts character. Well, he is my favorite Peanuts character. I do like the guy who plays the piano. I can't remember his name. I can never remember his name. It's not Linus, but he's probably my favorite. But Charlie is pretty cool, too. It might have been there. Yep. Good night, Angus. Big love and hugs. Have a lovely evening. Drink lots of water before you go to bed. It's good for you. So we're going to say initialization off and simulate. Yes, let's simulate this and let the robe hang off him the right way. You take care. Thank you, Angus. That's another 5 hours you've hung around with me. It's very, very nice of you. Take care. Much love. Here we go. So it's says it's stabilizing the simulation. We shouldn't have any problems with this robe because it's not. He doesn't have any other clothes, but he does have a bunch of like body hair that I have to take off. As you can see, there's like a little scruffly stuff there. It says it's stabilizing. It has to stabilize, and then, I don't know. There's this. This accelerator for the accelerator for whatchamahookah. It's called Ultra Scenery Accelerator, and it makes it like 6, sometimes 10 times faster to accelerate. It would be really nice if somebody built an accelerator for dForce. I bet they could make one and make dForce a little faster than what it is. So, okay, as soon as it's stabilizing, I think it's supposed to actually start hanging off him. Those weird cuffs under his hands should start to hang down. And this may not even work, but we'll see. Elapsed time. This is taking a long time. There may be a way to go in and change quality and collision and things like that and make it go faster. But I am working with two 3090s and it's already been 2 minutes and it's only doing the stabilization part. This doesn't seem like it's gonna work, but we'll see. I don't see anything changing. I've seen his clothing move a tiny bit. But I have to cut off all the hair on his body. That's probably a big problem. And the top of this going right through his hair. These things, if I just turn them off, it might fix things a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna chop his hair off like I normally do. I just kind of like cut his hair out and make it disappear. I think what I'll do is lift it up and set it on his hair with mesh grabber. If I get a chance to, if it doesn't explode on me. Because he does have all those, the hair, body hair, leg hair, all kinds of hair. We got to get rid of the hair. If this doesn't work, I have other robes. Some really nice robes. So we'll, I would like to use this robe. But if it doesn't work, we will use another one. But we have to, I don't like the color of this one. The pink and the peach are just not quite sending me very far. Let's see what we got. All right. Why it's so slow? It's not even, I don't even think it started its simulation. No, it hasn't. These would have dropped down or something, you know. I think it might be the body hair that's causing the problem. He's got all this. He's got vellus hair and body leg hair and chest hair, arm hair. Doesn't need all of that if he's going to be wearing. Just didn't even think of it, you know. I am really happy. I might change the light and make it a little more golden. You know, there's things like that that I can do here. This God Ray, it's not an item that I can like put in a duff and then share it with you all, because you would have to buy the products. You'd have to buy the fog product, and you'd have to buy, and if you own the fog product, and if you own the, I think we use the lights from Render Studio 2. If you own those two products, I can share this stuff, and then you can use this God Ray if you want to use it for certain things. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I now have to head off to the restroom. Do I have like food on my face? No, it's just my beard. So, all right, I will be back very soon. I'm getting tired. But I will be back very soon. And hopefully his robe isn't going to explode. I don't know that it needs to go all the way across to the very end. I think it's only got to go so far. Has it moved at all? Now, if I cancel this, it'll probably take, 20 minutes for it to cancel. That's the way dForce is. It takes like a long time to cancel. Now our ground is only, this plane he's standing on isn't like very large. We might get some kind of improvement out of our scene if I were to make the ground a little bit, make it actually fill the plane a little bit more. I don't know. It's been sitting at 11% for quite a while. It's also sitting at 10 minutes and 26 seconds. It doesn't look like it's even counting the, I think that just said the time is elapsing. Okay. It just exploded. So that tells me there's something really wrong. Now we're going to go and we're going to try to cancel this. That is an explosion of clothing. Okay, at least this is saved here. So when I come back in, we're going to close this down. I have to just get out of here. It would take forever for this to even stop. But luckily this will open right back up again. Then we can reload the scene. Open recent. Best God rays. No, don't save the scene. I will be back. This will take a moment for Now I'm going to come here and we're going to smartly do this, okay? We're going to turn. I don't believe the atmosphere touching him has any problems. What does do the problems is the arm hair, chest hair, leg hair. Let's get rid of the vellus hair, ear hair, mouth, okay? And the crop hair cap, we're going to hide that. Okay, now he looks like a female, but we'll turn that back on. The robe, okay, the Bone Minion we don't need anymore because he's already in the pose we want. And eyelashes, tears, short hair cap is off. The beard boss, I don't think that's giving too much of a problem. We have the robe. Okay, now we go into, we save this. We don't need all that stuff on him. We go into the simulation setting. For dForce. Here. Initialization off. Okay, and now we save it again. Simulate. See if this works now. Now it's going really fast. See that? It's actually simulating. It was all that hair on him. Is this going to work? Wow. It looks like it is working. I think I'm going to put sub D on his robe to make it a little smoother. At least everything's hanging off him and not like flying up in the air like anti-gravity kind of thing. I've been hearing people like plowing snow all day, and every time I go outside there's like no snow. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Okay, there's our man, and that looks right. Let's twist him so he's looking at us. Hello, we're people too. Okay. All right, now let's turn his hair back on. Let's save it. A hair crop. And then we're going to have to go in and morph his thing up over his... We're going to give him like a Jesus beard. Let's see now. So we'll save this again. And then we take... Why is the ground so weird now? It's like everything's cut off. We got something weird with the ground plane. What's wrong with this? What happened here? I think he's been moved ahead, like way ahead. No, because this... Okay, this is from the right. It's like the ground plane has been moved up. Okay, we can get rid of this other atmosphere prop because I like the one that we have. Ground. What happens when I turn the background plane off? It's the same thing. Something's wrong here. Wow, that's pretty. Okay, I know what this is, and I know what this is, and I'm not sure. I've had this happen before. Right. The ground plane. Let's bring that back to 0. Let's look through our projector light. See what's wrong here. Like something's got moved the projector light. X. Because the projector light is not projecting. Okay, the spotlight is gone. Okay, well, the ground plane's off. Let's turn that back on. What is wrong with the projector light? Why is... It's like the projector light is only projecting through half of this plane here. The Gobo. Let's see what happens when we go through the projector light while we mess with the Gobo. This is so strange. Oh, I know what's wrong. This has got to be backed off a little bit. It's going through the camera. Maybe. No edit. Let's go back to the camera. Okay, dome. Oh, I know what's wrong now. Something reset my ground. We got ground turned on, I think. Okay, that's off. And the ground, draw ground is off. And environment map, none. That didn't fix it. Scene only. Okay, no, that would be dome and scene. I don't know why it's giving me all these time settings for the dome. Okay, I'm going to save this, close it, and reopen it. Something has corrupted the file. There we go. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if I can lean back a little bit and relax. It's been 5 hours. File, open recent. Don't save changes. Are there any global settings that I've changed here? Okay, how long is it going to take for this to load? Loading. It says one item failed. That's really weird because when it came back, well, we did have it crash on us. And then after it came back, I did the dForce simulation, which can kind of discombobulate things a little bit too. Okay. Metadata failed. One item succeeded though, and one item failed. Deleting objects. Winter weather. It says 33 out. Okay, we're going to this computer. Let's see what we have going on. Oh, I think we've got a scene, people. I am getting very tired now. Like, really tired. Tired. Okay, is this gonna look right or what? Yeah, now it looks right. Isn't that weird? It was like something was really wrong. Okay, is his hair turned on? Yeah, his hair's turned on. Okay, see, the ground isn't all weird now. Okay, I think he looks fine, like almost right there. Okay, let's save this. That is an amazing thing. I'm getting God rays from a real Gobo, from real atmosphere. This is what I would love. This is what I have. This is my dream right here. Is God rays from a real atmosphere. Okay, it took a long time to get them. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take his robe and I'm going to try putting some sub D. All right, so it already has sub D, so what we're going to do is raise the sub D up so it looks a little bit smoother. Okay, that looks smoother. And then we're going to save it again. Save it while it's okay. So now what I'm going to do, we're going to come in on him a little bit more. Okay. Now I'm going to fix his hair first, because that is a really bad problem. And I don't know what's up with that in the back. If I could just tuck it behind or tuck it away. All right, Robe. Sometimes you just really have to kind of attack. This is going to be tool settings, and they're not here. So we have to go up into the window panes, tool settings, put them here. Mesh grabber, let's hope it's here. And it's not. Which means what I've got to do is open this up. Uninstall mesh grabber and reinstall so it shows up in here. I have mesh grabber, and then I have mesh grabber rotate. There's two programs that work together. So I have to uninstall them both. Come on, come on, come on. We click here, mesh. I think I have more than one mesh. Mesh to volume. There's our mesh to volume. Where's mesh grabber? There's one. And mesh grabber rotations. There's only two mesh grabbers. I do believe. Mesh Maker, I'm going to need to uninstall them as well. Not that. Mesh Materia and Mesh to Volume. Okay, Start Queue. It's going to uninstall those. And then we go here. Mesh. And put them back in. Reinstall them. Now we can close this. I do believe. God, this is so beautiful. Now, go to our tool settings. I don't see it here. Favorites. Then we go to help. Ultra scenery. I think I have to reopen this because I don't see it here. Mesh grabber. I have to close this down. This is saved. Close it down. It doesn't take that long to load this. All we're loading right now is a light and a piece of mesh and one figure with a robe. Gosh, you know, it's like that's obviously what I believe that what problem that we had was. It could be that it went through and did this diagnostic thing for dForce, and maybe after it does that, because it has to do that when you put a new Daz version, it has to recalculate its diagnostic and all if it looks. So it's a Iray thing with NVIDIA, and so looks at the graphics card and figures out what the graphics card can do for dForce. Maybe after it does that, you have to restart Daz. Let's hope we got Mesh Grabber. If not, I'll have to uninstall it again, but this time I'll have to close Daz. Sometimes I have to reinstall things several times, and then it finally takes. So maybe it just won't detect unless Daz is closed, and then it will put Mesh Grabber in. Okay, we got, looks like it's about ready to put our scene in. Our beautiful scene. I have to come up with a story for this. It's like maybe something like, you know, Sister Margaret was the first transgender priest of Cappadocia. I don't know. So, let's see. I don't know where Cappadocia is. Somewhere in the Mediterranean, I think. We're going to tool settings. We are looking for Mesh Grabber, and there it is. So we have to, good, we have Mesh Grabber now. So we're going to click on the robe. We're going to click on Mesh Grabber. That is lovely. Now we're going to go to, I'm going to take my camera here because I kind of like where the camera is. So we're going to lock the camera, edit, object, lock selected. Okay, so now we're going to go into our perspective view, and we're going to fix this hair so that this robe here, I usually just cut his hair out, But this time, okay, Robe, I believe I'm going to do it a different way. So we're going to take this and make it a little bigger. So when I yank on it, and let's make the world coordinates a little bit bigger. Is that these? Yeah. So let's move this up like that. And over like this. And up like that. Okay, there's only so much we have to do, but we have to do it enough. Okay, Control L, so we can see what's going on here. I think this little piece on the side, I need to do something with that. Like push it off and into the back. Okay, this can go like that. It's got to go like this. All right. Now that looks pretty good. Let's pull this away from his face a little bit so it doesn't. Pull that away so we can see a little bit more of his. I don't mind this, okay, this robe. What the crap? Please. The more I pull that up, the more. Okay, so we're out of here. He looks fine. Let's get back to our wide angle camera, save it, and make sure everything looks right in Iray. Oh, I think I still have something to do here. Push this in or do something with that. See, now this looks right. Okay, so let's go back to our mesh grabber. Do something with this. I'm not sure what. Just tuck it in. Back to our perspective view. What is wrong with this here? Robe. Let's turn a little bit. Okay, and let's take his feet and pull this up a little bit so it's not going through his feet. Okay, and I have another little piece here. This piece, it looks like it almost exploded in the back. But I think we can get away with it. Now let's turn it and make sure we can't see any more of that robe. The crackly kind of messed up robe part. Alright, now let's go back to our camera and see if that looks okay. That does look nice. Wide angle camera. Okay, yes. Now we have something nice. Okay, our camera's locked, so all I can pretty much do now, click here and see what happens. Okay, what we have. Now this is another part here that's kind of like, what is that? I gotta pull it down so it lays on the ground. It's just hanging there. So let's go back here, back to mesh grabber. Click on that, robe. Click on that. And maybe I can do it from here. Nope. Try again here. Robe. Well, you can barely see it now, so I guess that's a consolation. Save that. Maybe I buried it under the ground. Okay. So now we give him the Jesus beard, so we know he's a guy. All right. Because the robe kind of makes it doubtful. Face. And let's click on our guy here. Genesis 8. He's already got a beard. I think I'm going to take it off him, because I have a beard in mind. Beard boss, we'll take that off. It's not very obvious. Now he looks kind of like a Roman. So we're going to give him a beard, a Jesus beard. Okay. This is the beard here I have in mind. Well, where did it go? Smart content. Installed. Where are my products? Genesis 8 mail. Let's get rid of this. What just happened? Smart content. View video products. No. Something's all messed up there. Content library. Now let's go here. Products. All right, let's unclick him. This program is really screwing up. Installed. Make a selection from the left. Okay, there's something not here. Okay, this is messing up again. Oh, okay, let's try this. Get out a mesh grabber. Hair. Let's see if we can do it through here. Face. Filter by context. It's just not Z to A. Recent first. This is very strange. Face. Okay, we can find it here. This is it. Those are the extensions. That's the beard. Let's put it on him. We're going to have to make it black. Or make his hair light brown. I think we'll make the beard black. Well, it didn't go on him. Genesis 8 male. And then we go here. Fit to. try that. There we go. Looks like it's already black. I think that's our image. Now we could do something with the ground. We could actually put grass here or something, some kind of grass, just flat grass, I guess, with little tufts. That would be nice if it would actually show me my smart content. But it's not showing it. Products, they're just gone. They're back now. Wow. But the categories are gone. All. Let's see what happens when we do all. Window. Let's close this down. Close pane. Now let's go to reopen smart content panes. There's like something missing here. Okay, what am I looking for? Let's search for something. Ultra. Ultra. It's not showing it. Control X. Let's go to files. See, we don't have this part here. Filter by context. So this version here, something's really wrong with it. At least for now there is something wrong, but we'll find it. Let's turn that off. Ultra. All right, I don't see ultra scenery here. Let's try scenery. What the heck? All files. You would think they would have ultra scenery icon, but no. This is smart content. All right, that's not what I wanted. Does this say work offline? Log in. See if that works. All right, well, this is corrupted, so I have to close this again. So we'll save this. Wait a moment. Till it empties the buffer there. We're on 5 hours. I think right now, basically, you guys get the idea of where I'm going with this image. So I think I'm going to end this. I'm still going to work on this, but I think I'm going to end this video here. I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And you guys who can check it out, I will upload this image to the Daz gallery. And so you can check it out there. Please like and subscribe. Click the bell for notifications. Thank you, Lee and Ed and Ted and Angus for being here. Angus, who stayed the longest. Thank you and have a lovely night, guys. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope you learned something about God rays today. All righty. Bye.